Okay. Fix up the camera. Although I could crop this down. Right. Just gonna crop this down. Yeah, that's not in the right way. Control Z. Let's see. No, that's not in the right way either. Nope. 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 Okay. Crop video in OBS. Shortcut. Man, I don't like looking at these guys. Just show me, just tell me what the keyboard shortcut is. Option and then drag. Option is like Alt. That's like Windows, it's like Alt. Okay, I think it has to be. There we go. Okay. Yeah, just keep it like this. Okay. Shoot. Okay. Okay. Gotta delete some bookmarks. Yeah, I'll keep the second most recent one there. However, Okay, cryptographic key management again. Loading. Okay, we'll keep this open. Other one's loading. Giving my microphone to the side now. Alright, this is the same, I suppose. Okay. I'm gonna this. Alright, I'm gonna turn off mic. Do some of this now.
Okay, so we'll start with the key management public key topics this week. But before I continue with public key management, we have some leftover topic from last week, which is about random numbers. Okay, so in fact, questions, I think everybody is now clear about random numbers are necessary in various cryptographic primitives and protocols. Where are they used? And as you can see in the previous protocol, you need session key. Each session key should be distinctly different than the previous one. And one way to obtain them through random numbers. And sometimes even in authentication protocols, you want to convince the other party that you are actively pursuing him at this point of time. That also requires a party showing the other party some nonce, and it's also which is also a kind of a random number. And even for other things, we have a public key generation. So public keys have to be completely random. So you need a completely random primes. So for that also you need randomness, and sometimes even to create key streams, you need one-time pad. That's also random numbers. So what are the properties that you are looking for in all these random numbers? One way thing is that if the random numbers are between, say for example 0 and 1, you want.
Okay, I got a test if that is overlap. Okay. Yep, it's fine.
These random numbers should be completely comes from a uniform distribution. Probability of obtaining a random number in target space is equally likely. So if there are say 100 numbers, you want to find out the random from 100, then this particular random source should be such that picking this a random number from this set, each one of them is equally likely. So, hello? Hello? So now you're hearing, yeah?
Ooh, that's loud.
Do you get the idea for the things about the, so one way is to basically all these random numbers are really random. That means you make an experiment and find out distribution is almost like a uniform distribution. And the other one is another test that you do, where you pick a random number. Next time you pick a random number, and all these random numbers that satisfy what is a property called unpredictability. So, for example, if chosen one random number, another random number from the previous values, if you're able to next one, then that means that is not a random source from the. So I can, as an attack, I could actually consider all these random numbers, some of them, and see whether I can make a model one from the previous. Such a relationship, that is not a random number as well. First of all, it's very hard to you can actually specify some of these properties through statistical or probability. There is also what is called as the unpredictable next time. Next bit important thing. That's also kind of a random number generator. So the deterministic algorithms. So what are the PRNGs? So random number generators are basically generating random like objects from a seed or some kind of another random source. First, you can pick up another random source, and from then onwards, you apply a deterministic algorithm over there. So let's say start with a seed and then run that one. That's a PRNG has this. They are not truly random, but satisfies many tests for statistical. And they're also, that's why they are also called a pseudo-random number. They're not a real random number, they're pseudo-random number. Now, one of the simplest generator for this is called linear congruent. By name, that means what you do, see that.
Okay. Thing is, in yap and yap, and yet we may not even progress. So just so I'm on the same page, random numbers, where random numbers are used in cryptography, session keys, authentication protocols to prevent replay, public key generated SSL key stream for one-time pad, valid. What are the properties you are looking for in these random numbers? They should have a uniform distribution, valid. Statistically random, independent, and unpredictability of future values from previous values. Not bad. Pseudo-random number generators, deterministic algorithm, techniques. Generating random-like objects from a seed of another random source. Now, they are not truly random, but satisfies many tests of statistical randomness. Yeah, that's called pseudo-random numbers. I mean, that makes sense. You make sure you don't know what the seed is. The most common method used in practice, parts of many OS implementations, the sequence follows a linear relation. Where x0 is the seed and AC are constants. Choose appropriate AC and x0. You obtain a long sequence which looks random. Very useful in practice. Main criteria function generates a full period. General sequence should appear random. Efficient implementation with 32-bit arithmetic. The method is not secure since an attacker can reconstruct sequence given a small number of values. So using block cipher PRNG being pseudo-random number generators. Okay, so Stallings discusses many techniques based on block ciphers to generate random numbers. The popular ones are the counter mode, where you're given an I, you encrypt with the key at xi, or output feedback mode. So counter mode and output feedback mode, these are the modes of encryption that I got to remember also. So I remembered it for a time, but then I forgot again. Counter mode, output feedback mode. I'll look here. Let's see. Modular. Let me fold all. So we're looking at properties of numbers. Nope. Properties of numbers 2. Yeah, so it has to be this here, Diffie-Hellman protocol. Take some time to load. Although actually, no, now that I think of it, it may not be in this, but rather in additional readings, block cipher operation. So this is for ECB, electronic code block. We have cipher feedback, output feedback. So output feedback, one of them. Cipher feedback. And where's count? Okay, count's here. Right, counter feedback and output feedback. What's the difference, right? Counter, right, is used, whereas you use a nonce that uses the output of the encryption function, each of the subsequent values. Yeah, so you still have to XOR in all of these. Okay. So I record that. Let me try and recall it again in my head. So we go through a counter that increases, or an output feedback, which comes from the output of the encryption function. Them two being the only difference, where the input is not a counter, but instead the output of the previous feedback. And you'd have a nonce, just like an initialization vector. And otherwise, the general flow would be some input with some encryption function and a key would give you the output of the encryption function, and then XORed with the plain text to get the ciphertext. Well, the plain text is in this case just a number that is just I. Okay, so I think, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And then, so DTI, the pseudorandom generator. I'm guessing this is an example of a pseudorandom generator, which you have DTI, date time value at the beginning of the ith generation, VI, seed value at the beginning of the ith generation, EDE, encryption, decryption, encryption, I'm guessing. RI, pseudorandom number produced by the ith generation stage. K1 and K2, ES key is used for each stage. Then compute successive values. Pseudorandom number by the ith generation and the VI, which there is no specific understanding of what VI means here. Okay. see. Zoom. Enhance. Blum shub generator. This is an interesting generator based on public key cryptography. You start with a seed, some seed mod n, and the sequence as obtained as XI LSB. That's interesting. Unfortunately, there's no highlight tool. You gotta make your own. But regardless, this is interesting. So LSB. Least significant bit. Okay, interestingly, this algorithm has a high level of security. If someone can break the next bit and test, then you can use him to break the factorization of n. It's considered hard, so it has strongest public proof of its strength. However, it is very slow. Natural random noise. One can use known natural randomness in real world to your advantage. There are many events which look random: radiation counters, radio noise, audio noise, thermal noise in diodes, leaky capacitors, mercury discharge tubes, etc. Please read section 8.6 on the textbook. And that's it. Right, that's it for that second. Okay.
So you start with some value when n equals time multiply by a. It looks like a seed cipher, right? But except that the seed can be completely random or something that a particular person chooses it. This is called linear congruential generator. Is that clear? Idea? Linear, definitely by definition they are linear congruential, so they are not safe. They are not secure. Because if you know the seed, you know exactly what you get out of it. Because A and C are constant here. So if you plug a same seed, you get a same random. You don't get anything different. So if you choose an appropriate A and C and X0, you obtain a sequence looks like random. So these are very useful in practice. The main criteria is with this, the function generates a full cycle. If, for example, if your seed is 1000 bit, then by applying linear congruential generator, it can generate all pseudo-random that is which are unique up to 2 to the power of 1005. Okay, so that's the kind of thing. So, do you understand this pseudo-randomness is thing? I'll just give you an idea.
Oh man, it's gonna go on forever. Gonna 125 x speed him. Zahab Hassan, hello man. Thanks for joining again. Thank you for watching. Thank you for catching up.
Okay. So, what the kind of seed? Generally, pseudo-random number follows a particular seed. You can initialize, say, if the seed is of length n bits, yeah. Then by this pseudo number, basically you have to multiply by something. You just say multiply by some number a, and then add some number b, and then you fed back. And, it's like that. It's something like that. So if the seed has length n, then you can, for example, if the seed is n equal to 3.
Double voice is coming. Is that actually bad? Is that bad for you? Because the other alternative is I turn off the desktop audio and you should be able to hear it from my speaker. It'll go through the mic together with my voice. Do it that way.
So let us say it has all possible values.
I think it's also being cut out technically a little bit. Give me a sec. Means I just got to turn up the volume just a slight. Let's see.
So there are ways of pseudo random number generation by using some simple functions like you can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's. The sound gets a lot louder. Let me have a look. I'm gonna play this and then listen to on stream as well.
And what happens is something. Then when you get a clock, whatever days in these multiplied, they're added here because they are binary, and it will fed back into. And whatever that the new value come here, and whatever this come here, whatever this here come here, and this come out.
Okay. Let's see on stream. Okay, yeah, it's okay. All right. I'm gonna just rewind a little bit, and then we'll just continue from there.
The kind of seed, generally pseudo random number follows a particular seed. Say the seed length n bits. Then by this pseudo number, basically you actually multiply by something, multiply by some number a, add some number back.
Sorry, DK.
Some like that. So if seed has length n, then you, for example, if the seed, so let us say has all possible values.
N equals to 3, all possible values.
Power of 3 minus 1. So there are ways of pseudo random number generation by using some simple functions like you can, for example, here. And what happens is something. Then when you get a clock, whatever days in these multiplied, they're added here because they are binary, and it will fed back into. And whatever that the new value come here, and whatever this come here, whatever this here come here, and this will not. So for example, I'll start with, let's say we have 0, 1, 0 contents. Let's say a clock comes. Now the rule for this particular generation is that you add these two and then you back here. So once a clock comes, this comes out, then you take 0, 0, adding 0 will get 0, so it comes here, but 0 comes here, 1 comes here. So now you see that the value thing 1. Now this and these two are added. Now that I add 1, so 1 comes here, 0 goes there, 0 goes there, 1 comes out. Then you can take 1 plus 0, 1 plus 0 is 1, 1 comes here, then 1 goes here, 0, 1 again, 1 here, 1 comes here, 1 comes here. Now 1 plus 1 is 0, 1 comes here, 1 comes here. Next you see, next is 1, 1, 0. Next one is 0,
1, 1. So you can see that now you got back already. The next one is 0, 1. Get back with the. With this process, you will get all possible.
So his process is add these two zeros to get a zero that pushes the other two across. Then you add 0 and 1 to get 1. So then you push everything across. You add 0 and 1 to get 1. And you push everything across. You add 0 and 1 to get 1 and you push everything across. You add 0 and 1 to get. You add 1 and 1 to get 2. 2 gets mod 2 to 0. 0, 1 and 1. Yeah, 1, 1 and 0 gets pushed. And 0 plus 1 is 1. Same thing. 0 and 0. Okay, 0, 1 and 1 is 2, so it's going to be 0 there. And then 0 is, when you add 0 and 0 together, that's still 0.
Right? So there are 2 to the power of 3 minus 1 difference. The random number generates all these things. And the.
What in the world, you know what I mean?
You can see that in this, as time progresses, start with any seed, 1, 1 or anything, get all these possibilities. The probability of 1 bit, in fact, you can see that here there's a mistake here, probably 1 comes out, 1 as well. But look at these properties of this. Nearly half of the time, it's 1, half of the other 3 times it is 0. 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Next one will be 0. Starts repeating. Huh? Not safe. So they're used to build binary bits. Want random bits. And in fact, these are one of the. These are also called as back.
Regis.
Also known as LFSR. Those are the thing blocks of. If you want to.
Birds can't even write as well,
let's
bro.
say 121 bit. So this will give you 2 to the power of 121 minus 1 sequence, very long sequence. And most of them look random. But they are not really random because next bit is determined by previous 10 bits. It can be predictable and hence they are not, and they itself cannot be used as a cipher, but they can be used as a building block of a stream cipher. For example, I can choose FSR1 here, FSR1, FSR2, FSRn. I will combine this by some nonlinear function and output this as this. There are lots of works on string ciphers. So, but this is a pseudo random. Each one is a pseudo random number. But as a building block, you can get a bigger complex ciphers out of that. And taken that way, what has taken with a linear congruential generator, you start with a seed. It could be some seed number from 1 to say n, where n is capital N, where capital N is some very big number, 2 to the power of 10 or something, right? Then you multiply by A plus C. Next is the next number. A times C plus C. Next value will be, you come to the next number, but times A plus C, another one like that. So first number, S1 is given by A times seed is seed plus C. 2 will be A times 1 plus C times S. So there are choose. You can't choose A. You get nothing. You will get only C. Some A equal to one way to choose is some A depending on what you do. So, mod prime number. It's a big prime number, and then you can see number less than P prime. You can choose a random A and random, and you can't get that or linear comparison. I mean, you need random bits. This particular way to. Correct? Very useful in practice. Therefore, generates for things. And for example, there is efficient not secure. The attacker can reconstruct the sequence given a small number of values. Because they are linear, I could use small number of values and values. Like the way you did the cipher. No values you can actually get the key. This can be attacked if you know or if you know certain values backwards. Using block cipher as a PRM probably is another area. Starlings discuss many techniques on block ciphers. You can see the popular ones are like this. Start with I. You can convert any of the block ciphers into this. ANSI X917 PRNG has this time value function. Format. Try to create ANSI PRNG to make the relationship and the values complex as possible. Which means that even if you get facts out of that, because they are all fine. So based on the strength of the function, my PRNG, and these are all very hard to invert. Now I will give you a PRNG, which but here is this is based on public key cryptography. Here you start with the seed mod n, and the sequence is obtained. Function for least significant.
Least significant bit.
Least significant. I start with a number. Every time I square and modulo n, but I probably product of 2 times a p or 3 modulo 4. That's basic. But this simple algorithm is very secure because you can't win against the next bit. For example, 1 bit from this value, and that you cannot predict the next bit. You're able to predict it. Use that person who's able to consider that side. Take the primes that where n is of course a very large number. Idea? Want to know a little bit more on that? I mean, to give you an idea, for example, test last test. So we asked given some x square mod n, right? Was given to you, and you are required to find out some sense. You know, the square root of, for example, if you find x, that this can be written as x plus 2, x minus 2 equals mod n. So now that we know
He
numbers,
means
x
4.
plus 2, something has to come on with n. Has to. In particular, let us say if you know x square equal to 1 modulo n, n is a product of 2 primes p1 and p2. Or let's say PQ, 2 primes PQ. And so how many different solutions you can get? I'm asking you a question now that you've read. X square is equal to 1 modulo n. How many different modulo n? How many So give me
Two.
some trivial solution. One will satisfy this. One solution. A solution for this equation. A solution. Good. Very good. I wanted that answer. So x equal to 1 is a solution. Because x square is 1 square is 1. Yes, it's a solution. The other solution. Very good. X equal to minus 1 is another solution. But there are two more solutions available.
Two more.
Why? What? Now n is a product of two primes. Let us say you are given with 1 modulo p and a equal to 1 modulo, but I can take plus or minus 1. Now I can put four different just to, but now n equal to p. Now we have dealt with CRT. CRT. Let's say one solution say x mod 1 modulo p mod 1 modulo. For this, the solution for this is 1 only. Both of them are same, right? You can do. But in general, let us say check one of them to be minus 1. You can either make one of them. Totally, there are four different CRT equations. Solve this equation. The above equation. CRT. Get a common value. What will be the solution of that? Whatever it is, both of them, where x square here is what? Mod p. I have x mod p equal to 1. What is x square mod p? X mod q equal to minus 1. What is x square mod q? 1. So both of these solve x square equal to 1 modulo p or x square equal to 1 modulo q. Means that both of them solve x square equal to 1 modulo n. Okay? But now take some example. I say take some example and let's probably a tutorial on CRT now. Okay. Tell me, give me some example. Equal to 5, 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Now 1 mod 5 is one thing, and minus 1 mod 6 mod 7. Okay. That mod p mod q. What's a common number that satisfies both of them? Do it by first principles. So 1 mod 5 is modulo p is 5, right? And this is 7. 1, 6, 7, 1, 1, 30, like that. Now here 6 modulo 7. So already 6, you see? 6 modulo 7, common number. That is what, right? So 6. Next one is modulo 7. 14 minus 1, 13, right? Then you can also do that, but here itself we got a 6 modulo 35 satisfies both the solution. But what is 6 square? 6 modulo 35 is how much? 1. So you can see that 6 modulo 6. So you can say that you got 6 things. You can now take plus 1 and 35. What is the 1 plus 5? 7, right? Now what is the GCD of 6 minus 1? 5. If I find a value less than n, but number square is equal to 1, then I can use that to find factors. In some sense, which is the other number other than 6 which satisfies x square equal to 135? So 6 is one value. 29, right? 29 square also equal to 1 modulo 35. Why? Because 29 is minus 6. Minus 6 square is already square is 1. 29 is minus 6.
Yeah.
You get it? when I show that 6 is a common thing satisfying all these two, there is one modulo k. But minus of 6 square is also, see, minus of 6 square mod 35 is also 1, correct? So minus 6 is what? 29. So if I have a one non-trivial square root of 1, like a number which is less than n, whose square is 1, I will have another one also, because modulo n, which is a 2 prime numbers. So there is at least two numbers like 6 and 29, where is 1 modulo 30. If I am able to find some number, let us say somebody tells me that x square is such a number, x square modulo n, but x is not equal to 1 or minus 1. What does it mean? This is the square root of 1. X is the square root of 1, correct? But that is not x equal to 1 or minus 1. Then I can use this to find the factors, because you can see that x square equal to 1 modulo n. Then here x square minus 1 equal to modulo n. Now x square minus 1, which is the form of a square minus b square, as x plus 1 times x minus 1, that's equal to modulo n. That means you get two non-zero non-numbers, not 1 or, see, if it is 1 or minus 1, you get a trivial. If it is 1, if it is minus 1, this will become. Those two are trivial factors. But if I get some other number like x equal to 6 out of the 35, if I get that number, what does it mean? That means there's something common with this and n. So that means, so that's why the question given in the MST was, given such a value there, how do you factor it? Answer. Right? Now, if you know this is what we expect from the basic mathematics that we are basic. I don't see that you don't need to have a proof or something, but the moment the idea comes to, right, this is what, and so now this is called the LSB generator. What it does is that it starts with a number n whose factors is not given to other people. The factors are two numbers p and q. Yeah? Now you choose some seed and you square, but you only choose significant bit. You output a bit. Next time you square again the previous one, output bit. Right? Now, so every time you get a bit, what is telling actually? You are able to do the square root of that. So when you find the square root of that, and then we can actually factor the n. That's what the thing is. So interestingly, this algorithm has a high level of security. Someone can break the next bit test, then you can use that person to break the factorization of n. Consistently gives the square root of that. Then I can actually break the case. When I choose x could be not just 1 or minus 1. I can choose somewhere in the bit, right? So that's why. However, you choose n equal to 1000 bits. You only get 1 bit for every 1000 bit squaring. So as a algorithm, this is very slow. But this has a property that this is highly secure. Want to know a bit more about that? You get in the text. Those of you have more serious questions on it, let me know. I can work out next week and show you. Then another way, one can use natural randomness in the real world to advantage. Let's go the natural randomness. There are many events that look like random. For example, I can somebody typing on the keyboard. Relative time difference between the first stroke and the next stroke, apparently random, and it's also a signature of the person typing it, but it's random. So that can be used to actually derive some random bits, or some kind of a radiation counters, some radio noise, audio noise, or even thermal noise, or any noise that you see naturally. You go there and sometimes in the walk, suddenly all birds that start chirping and they go back to their nest, and you see all that kind of thing. Select that signal, sample it, you get a complete random noise. You can't predict it. So for that, you read section 5.6. Clear? I think a bit more time to almost like how many times? So what the question is, what is the what are the advantages and disadvantages of the random number generator? Is that a question? It's based on, for example, if you need truly random, then the only way to choose from a truly random source that cannot be replicated. That's the best way to actually choose random number. Random number. Any other method will have. So sometimes you may not want complete randomness. You just want pseudo randomness. Then you other kind of that I mentioned, or some random numbers. The ANSI generator that I showed you. This is a so for example a particular seed. I can't work backwards. Find the next one. Or given certain seed, you can't determine the parameters of. And that's also a good way of. So again, from the application to application, but if you need a truly random source, the way to other practical solutions. So you have some cryptographic solutions like next the Bloom generator.
Bloom generator.
Cryptographically not fast. But even this one, you may need to start with a random seed. It has to be from a random source. Either go through completely random source or from a completely random seed and then run some cryptographic algorithms. The security is only at the moment with the randomness. You only have next bit, not able to predict the next one, and that can be that is actually established by some algorithms like. Not sufficient. Have a thing, but linear combination generators are not. One or two work backwards the linear combination. The linear combination generator you can keep A and C. But if the adversary knows the 4 values, then work backwards. That's not a secure attack. So there are, the actual security things can change from one application to another.
I'm going to stand up.
Randomness is always. You will come to know how randomness are required in key management and so here we'll continue with the topic now. I've gone through it slowly, so 20 minutes for a short topic, but at least I hope you learned something from that topic. Okay. Again, that's a disadvantage for the people who don't come to the class. If you come to the class, you can actually get this idea once for all, right? You understand how the factorization, like that idea. So, but otherwise, you have to at least go through the lecture before going to the workshop. So I know maybe there are a lot of assignments this week. That's the reason why the numbers is less. But I would like to, for example, have engaging with the people so that all the doubts can be cleared then and there. Then most of the ideas will be clear for you. So even whatever that you have learned now, with this understanding, you can actually answer the thing. So by not doing so, you are doing just telling those who are not for you people. So good. Okay. So let's now talk about public key cryptography. Now you can read this, all this paper, go through one by one. Ideas are pretty most straightforward ideas. There's nothing complicated about key management. Key management is most of the time goes by simple common sense. But what we need to know is the basic principles. Where are you going to use the key? So, for example, if it is in a symmetry key cryptography, you want this for session key, and session key has to be random because if the session key is known to the adversary, he can also do the same thing. Right? So, by understanding the all the encryption, hash functions, MAC, public key, all the primitives that we have learned so far, know them very well. Applying that in practice from just straightforward activity, and most of the time you will be able to argue about the properties from principles, from the first principles of the corresponding concepts chosen here. There is no something is not very hard, and at least it is an expectation that all of this and key management be able to get marks in the exam. But provided you understand how encryption functions, how signature functions, what are the properties of hash functions, what are the properties of the random numbers that we talk, how the the hard problems in public key cryptography matter, all those things know, then you can understand the practical issue. Otherwise, that is why it is very important. For example, if you want to really the rest of the lecture, I would advise you to go back and look at your MST and your own performance at that time. The questions were straightforward. If you are able to address it, you learned it. If you're not able to address it, you can do it. But now going back to the paper, finding out where you were stuck.
This is like motivational speech.
Come out of all that, even if you get 0 there, by understanding it, get the good marks in the final. Don't come to the exam review or even test review. Then continue to not to come to the lectures and also workshop. Then you expect you randomly pass in this subject? Forget it. That's not possible. Right? At least, is that not clear?
Bro is speaking facts.
You people here, you go there. If you have friends there, please tell them that just coming and lecture would help. And then you go to the, then you go directly confidently to the workshop next week because you have understood this very clearly. Then anything would go through certain questions much more clearer. Now, if you don't come, we don't expect you are adult. They're all recorded. At least you came half an hour after the lecture, right? But even otherwise, but you can before you go into the workshop, make sure that you review all the lectures. And sometimes now I'm going on like this. If you want to listen, you can just go forward. Don't look at material. But if you go to the workshop, you have to learn the corresponding material. For example, all the public key, and also I'm going to discuss Algemal next week. But lots of different ideas come. All the previous ideas are understood. Like one step is easy. But if you don't study previous at all, every time it will be 10 steps every week going to the workshop. That will be very hard, isn't it? So if you are on top of the subject matter, it's one step every week. That's easy. But let's say you don't go to the workshop or think for 3, then fourth workshop will not be easily discernible to you because you don't know what the previous one things are. Subject is not like something that you can go to some subject and sample. You have to go step by step. I think so. Now, so we all know now public key cryptography now, and the first part of the thing is what this has only 2 parts actually: public key management and modern developments in public key. But here I'll come back. I think already given here many times. This illustrates the notations used in public key. I'm going to ask now, at least those of you coming here. Now, what is PUB?
Public key of B.
Public key of user B. Okay. So you can see that I also made public key. What color is it?
Green, which is public.
Known to everyone. Okay. So public key from the concept itself. All these were I introduced this because you know all this. The exam condition by knowing all these properties, get at least half a mark. So you can see that figure illustrates the notations used, and these notations are very important because exam questions depend on this notation. So if you are familiar with this notation, then understanding the question will be easy. So you can see public key of there, and private key is always chosen with PR, means private. A suffix is. Now, encryption and decryption by Alice. For example, Alice wants to encrypt it. Definitely, he has a copy of the public convert to X, convert it to Y, which is encryption. And the Bob private key can take this Y and convert it back to X. That's it. So only Bob can decrypt it, correct? Because it is in red. So it is completely at the custody of Bob. So this is the kind of things used, and I have explained this times before. Now let's go to the symmetric key distribution. So here in the last week we went to symmetric key, and what is the problem? Both users A and B, they share a common key with the key distribution. So when A wants to initiate a conversation, they contact key distributor and ask for keys for both. And key distribution center sends something to the initiator A, one for himself, other one an envelope which has a key for the other person, and then you have both the keys. Using symmetric key encryption, they share keys between Alice and Bob. That's one thing. A third party delivering keys to Alice and Bob. And use previously agreed secret to start a new communication. A trusted third party relaying keys that neither be. And also we discussed methods based on public key cryptography using Merkle. We also found an active adversary can modify the key. Man in the middle. All that we looked at in the last lecture. Now let's look at this. Here you have a bit-person attack. So here you can see that both users convinced that they can run Merkle protocol with each other. Dart, who is a kind of a can come and come in between these two people and can address himself as Bob, and so when Alice encrypts it, he can actually convert this and use this channel to communicate it to Bob, and he says that he gives a different private key and ID, and that he can basically a third person can impose himself between these two people and get this. That is because PUA and PUB are not authenticated. No way both Alice and Bob can convert to this, right? Is that clear? This one. So let us say one of the really learning outcome from this is you should be able to demonstrate the man in the middle attack for a Merkle like a scheme or a Hellman kind of scheme on a paper without the book. Right? And if you convince and maybe explain to some other people with all the proper factors, for example, public key cryptography is public parameters are known. In this case, the public key algorithm and things are known, and Alice starts with a conversation, and if he wants to convert to Bob, probably send some phone ID and then you can private key, so he replaces the public key with what he received from Alice with his own, send it to Bob. The Bob will actually reply, but since Bob is now encrypting Dot, not to the Alice, then he can decrypt it, get the information, and then he can do whatever he wants and send it back to the Alice. Now Alice now thinks that she's talking to Bob, whereas in fact she's parting the brain. Okay. So you can write this man in the middle attack in multiple ways, and depending on for example, in a exam condition, you should do all of this. So, right. That's one thing that is doable, right? Not very hard. So,
as much as I understand that, Merkle key distribution, freedom Schroeder protocol, Merkle key distribution.
And we also have a so how do you actually overcome this middle person attack? By using
generates a public private key pair and transmits a message B consisting of public of A and identifier ID. B generates a secret key KS and transmits it to A. Encrypted with A's public key, it computes B of PRA, which is the private key of Alice, and the encryption of public key of A of K of S being the secret key. We get the key to recover the secret key. So because only A can decrypt the message, only A and B will know the identities of K and S. A discards PUA, PRA, and B discards PUA. Right, so the discarding is somewhat important. But this is using public key cryptography to distribute a key. Key distribution center. Yeah, so this will probably be talked about in the tutorials.
Active signatures. So here we give a structure of a general signature algorithm. Signature algorithm has a parameter called generation. Then you have a signing algorithm and a verify algorithm. So you can have a security when it comes from certain assumption. RSA based is factorization. SAR schnorr, which will actually. In practice, you always sign the hash of the actual message than actually the message itself. So
well, he's reading off the slides. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Yeah. Alright, so. Okay. General digital signatures. We mainly discuss RSA scheme, where the encryption and signatures uses the same primitive exponential modulo n. In general, digital signature scheme has the following: keygen, sign, and verify. Keygen, sign, and verify. So I gotta remember this, right? General digital signatures. I'm just gonna remember it here. Key distribution with signatures. Diffie-Hellman with signatures plus Bob each chooses a Diffie-Hellman share. Eavesdropping. Okay.
Efficiency. Now, key distribution with signatures. There are several variants of this key. First one is called the hybrid scheme. The public key distribution problem. Let's look at the public key problem. How does Alice advertise her public key so that Bob and others can use it to encrypt information? How does Alice advertise the key? That's the important thing point, right? That's what we are doing. So Alice has an ID equal to Alice, then ID equal to Alice, and then she also has her public address QA. And you see now I have given all these parameters RSA in mind. So Alice has N and E, and but PUA contains that information. When PUA you can open the envelope, first part is the RSA parameter, next part is the exponent. Right? Is that clear? So now note that the above format may appear specific to RSA, but we can extend this idea by using explicit public parameter. Any public key encryption convert this, not a problem. Now Alice has this, and sometimes you can say the general public key Alice IDA is, and also write algorithm parameters. Of course, for other parameters, for different encryption parameters could be different, but you want to actually put all those parameters in a place. That's information to somebody looks at IDA. Even if Alice signs the public address, as long as the public address is authenticated, no one can believe that it belongs to Alice. Okay? Because how do you say? Let's say we have a public address and she signs with it, but verification also requires public address. As long as the verifier has authenticated public key, he will not get any security for that. Because as we saw before, anyone can replace the new public key with a signature and masquerade as Alice. So for example, Alice can has ID. They will put the Alice something that related to Alice itself, but PUA they change it to dash. It's possible, right? So public key distribution. Now Stallings discusses 4 important methods. One is through public announcement. Second is by using publicly available directory. And third with use of public key authority. And the last one is using public key. The 4 methods that we use. So let's again here I come back to and visit the notation. Public address is always by PU. Private address by PR. Now public key encryption decryption. With an encryption function with public key function, you apply C that message. Signature verification. As the signature is created by using some encryption, some function PR and a message, and you put message and yes to the signature. In general, of course, we don't put directly sign the message. We might sign only the hash of the message. So verification is M equal to this. Note that notation here key, the key and the message is used for symmetry also. So you need to understand whether it's public key or private key depending on the context. I want you, if this notation is not clear, please tell me. It's very important. Yeah, so that's correct. I mean, S is creating by RSA the private key, and when you put S to the power of but all this is written with respect to RSA in mind. But in general, that is applicable to any public key now. Public key. So you encrypt with PU, then you get back this one. In general, you see, written with RSA in mind. The public announcement is the first key. First key is a strategy. The user distribute keys by any means, broadcasting, sending it by email, etc. Privacy, just by email. They will announce her PUA. My public, this is my public, and B gets it. And she B also announces it. Main issue is that they can be easily forced, because as I explained before, right? Main issue here. Privacy is one such example that uses model. How many of you know PGP? Out of fashion now. The pretty good privacy, developed by one. What's his name? Basically, what you do, you public key, take your public key, and private key you keep it in your directory, and send the private key public key by email. One of the early applications of public key, just can exchange public keys through email, and using fingerprints using fingerprints is a useful technique. A cryptographic hash function is applied to generate short fingerprints corresponding to public key. In this case, what happens is public key is very big, like 4 by email. How do you might think that it is it's my key, but how do you know that it is your key? Just to make sure that what you do is you have a fingerprint and you kind of some hash function of it, run on it, and tag it along with it. So if somebody and that you may have a key already received from Alice, next time you can check whether it is same or not by just checking. The question. Public keys are long, not. So how do you know? Let's say you would have received a key from Alice, and it's stored it in your directory. Then when you do, how do you know that it is from Alice or something? You can't easily remember that. So what you do is that you can have a fingerprint associated with. So always that's why example you see you can have a key. Fingerprint can be very. Fingerprint is a hash of a public key, often truncated, formatted for humans to remember that. Okay, and it is always simplified to make it easier by mapping the. You may also use third-party software, trusted software for this purpose.
The hash of a key to get a key fingerprint.
So and fingerprint is not, there is no easily something like that. But what the thing is that if you want to just to remember that, for example, you run a fingerprint hash and just check whether it hash to the same value. Then you know that it is coming from Alice. This is just to make sure that but it is your responsibility to tag Alice's key in your directory. There's nothing that fingerprint won't solve that problem. Fingerprint is not solving the problem of authentication of the public key. You already know that it is coming from there, but just for for example, just to kind of check whether there's no modification happened. Also, use a third-party trusted software. Codeflow has that. Yeah. I mean, because there is a public key by distribution. So if you get another public key, check whether it is exactly the same as the one which you had by checking its fingerprint. All it is like this. Can we make public films memorable? But in general, no. Otherwise, anybody could create a key for yourself. Something. So, identity-based encryption. How many of you know identity-based encryption? No? Identity-based encryption. So basically, what you do, see, the problem is Alice's RSA key is completely random. It's very hard to remember. We are doing ways to kind of simplify that. Memorable ones we created. In general, another public key cryptography for which another bigger topic itself, identity based. So I had early worked on identity based work in that area, but now here identity keys are very short strings like Alice or Alice. Let's say you have your I want you to look at the problem. How do I get the public key? Only by capital distribution, right? It's hard to remember. And so let us say if there is a public key cryptography where I can use your identity itself to create, that would be nice. For example, I may know that your email address, So I can use the email address itself to generate a public key. Now, that particular one, what you do, you need another key server, like identity-based key server. What you do is, oh, I want to send it to Alice. Alice had something, then server will give a key for that purpose, and you can encrypt. And the decryption, the Alice, oh, it has come from somebody, so he needs to contact the key server to. So this is a kind of address for this purpose, right? So I will not go deep into the public key things. Identity-based encryption, because there's another some more mathematics and also there are called vanity addresses. This is where you can search for key with fingerprint using some prefix. So this is called vanity addresses, so that helps you just to maintain it for easy purposes. This is for all using for data type. The second method is by using publicly available directory. Here, directory service is established to distribute public key. User contacts the directory and through a secure means places its public address to be downloaded by others. In the directory, so for example here, Alice puts his public address there, and the directory will be like a telephone directory, name and public address will be stored there, and anybody who wants to know the public address can contact the directory. If I want key of Alice, I'll contact it and directory will give. I contact public directory for Bob, I'll get the. So each user can update his public details. What do you need? The public key can change. Your key can be compromised, and so that's why users should be able to contact the directory and change it, right? And similarly, sometimes keys may be compromised. Users can contact the directory electronically, better than the previous method, but vulnerable because somebody compromises public key directory and puts it in one. Okay. So keys is the next method is public key authority. Public key authority is this method is further improvement of the previous. It has the following properties. The authority server is always come online and with a tight control over the distribution. Authority also has a public and private key. Whatever that you want to send it to authority, that has a authority, PR authority. PR authority will be safely inside the authority, right? Users will contact authority whenever they need a key service. So example in this case is OpenPGP key server. The issues here, server needs to be online always, and there's still a possibility of tampering and attacks. Somebody could, somebody could come before the authority, and those kind of things, all kind of man-in-the-middle attacks are still possible.
Authority also has a public and private key. I suppose.
Okay, so what we do is now we'll take a very short break of 5 minutes and then we'll continue because otherwise it will be much. Yeah.
Public key authority.
So in the directory, it could be just the directory could be a service that's already there, and you can just read from the place, like a bulletin board. Yeah? Whereas authority needs to be online because every request authority has to do it. You're just reading from a bulletin board is easier than contacting somebody, right? So it's in that sense. Yeah. So let's continue. What is the main bottleneck in public authority? Authority himself, right? So let's look at a simple public key authority scenario where the protocol tells you how you can obtain a key, public key from the directory. In the first one, if initiator wants to talk to responder B, first send a request time t1 to the authority. Public authority returns with basically you can see that it is signed by PR authority and it gives a PUB and request time is located there and send it. So now if the initiator wants to get a public key, request time is located there. Basically the request time t1 the authority. Public authority returns with basically you can see that it is signed by PR authority and it gives a and request time is located there and send it. So now if the initiator wants to get a public key of the key, so what happens, right? Now you can see that public key of the base is now signed by authority. So to apply apply encryption function with public authorities for public key gets the authenticated copy of public key, and then use a PUB. So then he can send and send it at IDA and you like address. Then a responder now gets PUA from authority just exactly the same, and then he can encrypt PUA. And what he will do, he will concatenate and now a random number he received from A, and then he adds his own random number and concatenate it at the end. Now A will be able to decrypt it, and he will find that this number n1 is one which he has said that it is talking to the same person. Then he will now n2 for him conclude that it has been able. So this is that it has a similar style as the Leetcode protocol, but now using public key cryptography. Now at the end of the protocol, both users now acquire public keys of each other, and it's authenticated by. So in this scenario, does man-in-the-middle attack work? Now both of them have a public key. So obviously, like in the previous one, if dog releases himself as a Bob, will not be accepted because that's not authenticated by that. So now, the problem with the public key authority is that public key authority has to be online all the time. So for all the communications that you do, that's pretty. It's not an easy scenario. So people use what's called certificates. That's the all popular. This is the most sophisticated method, first suggested by the Confielder. Users get real access to keys. The key authority need not be online all the time, but at least theoretically. The goal is to create all these things. So what is a certificate? It's a form in a form which blinds identity of users with its public key. That's the main idea of a certificate. Method allows others to verify the validity of certificates. A certificate should have a minimum of this form. So as any certificate, whatever that it should have minimum forms. First one is Alice, and PUA is public ID. PUA by the authority, and the authority's public key itself. Right? So this is the kind of name Alice and
that's actually very valuable information.
Some other usage restrictions will be there. Is that clear? Video. It can change periodically. Maybe sometimes it will change only once a year or something. Not a problem. Of course, changing things will come later. But now you can see that Alice can get her certificate, and she has a certificate, and at any point of time she can give certificate without worrying about whether the authority is there or not. And the Bob also can verify because Bob also has his certificate. To have access to the authority's public key from his certificate. From that he can verify whether the Alice's certificate is valid or not. So people can now get public address of each other through certificate very easy. Is that idea clear? Certificate is a simple thing. So exchange of certificates is very easy. Look at here, authority is there first. So how do you really first create your certificate? Here the steps are mentioned very clearly here. Please watch. So You can see A has its public ID and sends it to authority. The authority will create a certificate for A, Alice. So PRA authority here and T1 and IDA and PA put together and signature by the by the authority, and that's called a certificate. These are the minimum things that you need. Look at it here. B also can get the same thing. At the end of the protocol, they can exchange certificates. A and B have a trusted relationship with the authority. Public keys are implicitly authenticated. Now, no, you both means what? Users, Alice and Bob. Of course, they need to be online to do online business. Of course, to obtain certificates, authority should be online, but you get once, and after that, I can do business certificate without the authority. But at least in principle, there is no need for authority to be online. But I will come back to the situation pretty quickly. So this is a certificate scheme that is illustrated in Stalin's textbook. You go to 14.3. I think what you need to read through all of them and make sure that you understand all the ideas. So that's all the study that you need to do. Now, in general, X49 certificates actually looks as follows. So for that, you need to read section 14.4 from the book. This X.4509 is based on the use of public key cryptography and digital signatures. Standard does not dictate the use of specific algorithm, but recommends RSA. The digital signature scheme is assumed to require use of hash function. The standard does not specific hash function. One of the recommendations, that can change, but there is a.
Yeah.
谢谢吧，
哎，喝杯水。
谢谢吧。你好吗？
啊，好，很好。是吧？
Give me a sec. Alright. Not bad progress, okay. So I'm gonna have to give this a break. Come back. After I've just quickly read this closely. Bob's ID information, Bob's public key, CA information, unsigned certificate, generate hash code of unsigned certificate, encrypt hash code with CA's private key to form signature, signed signature, signed certificate, decrypt signature with CA's public key to recover hash code. I get it. I do get it now. Because for the longest time I was thinking, like, how do certificates prevent man-in-the-middle attacks? Well, that's because you can verify that the public key that you're giving to someone is your public key and not a man-in-the-middle attack's public key. And you can ensure that manually by asking someone else to sign a certificate. But you ask someone else to sign it from a trusted authority. You ask a trusted authority to sign it. Someone you trust to sign. So what if the person that you're trusting is attacked from the man in the middle? What happens there? Okay, so that's That's something I gotta write. What happens I need to change this color. Right, that's fine. Give me a sec.
Already some recommendations for the hash functions that you use. Essentially, the Starling's section 14.14 actually illustrates this idea, and all the steps are clearly for how to obtain a certificate. But the idea for, I think, for the understanding point of view, it is sufficient to understand like this: analysis, publication, ID, the public key, and signature of the public key by the authority. Of course, you will add some like a time of expiration and other features. But this is the minimum thing that you need. Then when I ask for a certificate,
I mean, the other thing is, what if you have, you know, some bad actor also signing their own certificate, right? And then that signed certificate gets sent to B anyway. You know, if it gets sent to B anyway, you can still have signed certificate as a bad person. Yeah, what if Eve also has a cert?
at least minimum this way to answer the questions. Now the structure of a 509 is as follows. So you can see that simply Alice A, simply mentioned as CA. That's it. That's a certificate. For analysis, you got A. But CA would actually involve version, serial number,
Version, serial number, signed algorithm, signature algorithm identifier, issue name, good authority, period of validity, subject name, public key information, subject unique identifier, extension, and signature, which is not with meaning CA signs a certificate for user A, private key. Please refer to a small document that I uploaded.
actually CSI, all kind of things, the signature of the algorithm, then issuer name, CS name, subject's public address, all the things should be there in the with the meaning CS sign certificate A with the user. But in general, all that can be simplified. If I say CA means what? Public address of A, certificate of A signed by the CA. That is the representation. Right? Refer to the small document for all this. I'll upload a document that will have more information. The example of the certificate is as follows here. You can go to your browser and get all this. So you can see that this will be there. Commonwealth Bank here. You go to the the log signal. You click on that. You example something real. It will be used every day. Practical example with web certificates. Okay. Part of the XY0 scam is a public key certificate associated with each user. There are 3 versions. Successive more information on the certificate. Must be version 2 if either unique identity and field exists, and it must be version 3 if any extensions are used. Actually, practical web certificate. Practical example of a web certificate as follows. You can see that the certificate D1 is Unimed. Certificate has been verified by the following users. The organization by whoever that is. Validity period on this, expires on that. The prints are there. This is another practical example of a web certificate, and it's that's an example here. Certificate advantages. So here, when Bob receives a certificate from Alice, so here there is something that you need to actually understand. To understand this particular slide, to understand the whole theory behind it. But here, when Bob receives a certificate from Alice, how does he know that it is authentic? Let's say CA gives you Alice, and it's a public key. There is a signature of PUA by the authority. Now, in the absence of any other information, he's still in the dark as he was when Alice have him public key and him directly. It's just the authority, a certificate. And Alice, that says that this is Alice's certificate, Alice's public ID is there. Also, there is a signature of Alice's by the authority is there on the form. But what do you give when if you don't know about certificate, the issuer, not much help at all because it's just a certificate. You say that I've got a certificate from University of Melbourne. I mean, if I read through it, it says University of Melbourne, and anybody can write University of Melbourne. How do I know that it's authentic? Then I will look for something very specific that I know about authentication. Right? Here, however, who is knowing Bob, he also has got his certificate. So Bob's certificate is ID Bob, and he has a signature. Now, when he receives CA, he can now verify the authority same as in his certificate. Now my certificate, and let's say 2 of you friends after the course meet. You have a certificate from University of Melbourne. You look and say, how do you know it's authentic? You also have a University of Melbourne certificate. Then you can compare. Oh, maybe I got the same. Right? Same way here. Now, when he receives CA, he can verify that the authority is same as in his certificate. At least that way, that kind of thing, right? Then he can verify the signature of PUA by using the public key of the authority found in my certificate. How do you know that? Let's say you got a US public key, got certified, got his public key certified, both of them have certificate and you change it. Then you look at it, oh, your authority, you look at, oh, it is issued by the same authority, but how do you verify it? Then you verify
What if Alice has the same authority?
And if it matches, so for verification, you have to supply the authority's public key found in your certificate, not on his certificate. The main idea here is to avoid contacting authority. We want to do business without contacting authority. If you have to contact authority, what is the problem? That's what it is. That's the main idea. So, but get the idea here. The main thing is when you are verifying the certificate. Of course, verification involves using public key of the authority. Where do you draw the public key of the authority? From your certificate, not on the certificate itself. Certificate, and if you verify signature based on the public key of the authority found on the signature, anybody can deceive you. Correct? This is a very important point that I put. I'll give you 1 minute to think. Yes, maybe it is fixed in the scheme, but when somebody gives you a certificate, it is your responsibility to check the same authority.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get ready to leave to gym, so we'll be back. Only thing is that I'll have to make that clear for the stream.
Do you get the thing? Do you get that the point here? Same authority. Do you get the thing? Do you get that the point here? So when you have a certificate, so let us say for all these things I don't have any certificate. I get a certificate from him. I look at it. Oh, it's all it says. It's the name is there, authority name is there, and even there is a signature of the authority. But if I just use the public key found on the certificate itself, it will verify, right? There is I still don't know whether it is the same person unless I know the public key of the authority will have authentic copy of myself. How do I have it myself? I would go to the authority and get my certificate for myself. Okay, that's the point. That's a very important point. In fact, you know, and there will be some okay questions with that. Oh, but the problem is verify the signature. Thus clearly establishing the authenticity of the Alice's key. The problem again. So let's see what are the problems that we do. So we now solve the problem of authentication of public key. Are we now solve the problem with the certificates? As long as Alice's certificate has not changed or compromised, it would be fine. But let us say but situations could change Alice's side. Certificates gets expired, compromised, or Alice wants to change the public key. During that time, in such situation, you're now back to square one. Yeah. So because you know, how does the problem can be solved? A simplest way way for Bob to determine someone that the certificate he received is still valid or not this is achieved by what is known as revocation list maintained by the authority. Okay. What happens is that if Alice's key is compromised, he will contact the authority and ask him to revoke his key and issue him a different key. So now, if now for it is for the Bob, not earlier he would just receive from the list, but now he has a further job of checking that the key is still revoked or not. How long? Hang on. You wanted to solve the problem of authority not being the bottleneck, but now the authority still need to be back again, because if right? So, however, this service that is a revocation service, is not as heavy as the previous one, getting a key every time. So that's why you only require this type of revocation would be only required for a fraction of users, not all the users. That's why it reduces. Yeah.
So renewing certificates is not the same with generating new key. Is that what you're saying?
No. Renewing certificate means you still need to give a new key, then you get a new certificate. Okay. That is a renewing thing. But the idea is that if, let us say, what happened with the old certificate? That needs to be revoked. Now, the revoked means certificates are already online, right? So that means it's already been distributed. So that it can still cause a confusion. So how do you revoke it? Then you have to check who revokes it. He has to put up a list. So still you need to go and contact. But perhaps you don't have to contact every time, only for a certain fraction of users. So that way, with the revocation list, you solve the same problem.
Just assume like we exchange the certificate between two users.
Yeah.
So I need to keep your certificate. They need to store your certificate for the next new communication, right?
Yeah.
So let's assume my certificate is expired.
Yeah.
So then I have already the certificate of anyone we communicate with. Can I verify with the certificate of someone to make sure it's issued by the same authority?
No. If your certificate is expired, you need to go back to the certificate agency and get it reissued. But the problem here is how does other people know that you got that your certificate has been expired or something? Now, first of all, if it is a time expiration, they can know from the time itself. But if the key itself is changed, then there is no other way. Like someone else can take the key and start putting an attack on it, on you, starting an attack. So only way to know that it's authentic or not is they're again contacting by the authority, and that's about the revocation problem. Okay, but the revocation problem is not hopefully needed for all users, only for those users for which there is a compromise has happened. So this is the problem of revocation. So revocation of certificates is a very important and practical problem that industry is faced with. This has resulted in a large business and maintained public infrastructure. Certificate maintenance and verification is an important topic. We will look at these issues in one of the workshop problems next week. Also, not all users share the same CA. Then we need to solve the problem of verifying certificate issued by different CAs. Okay? So these are achieved through an organization of CAs in hierarchical fashion, and each CA verify each other CAs. Stalin's explanation is given in the next line. More details can be obtained from the additional material that I post on the things. So revocation remains a difficult problem. Revocation is required when a private key is compromised. What are the measures in place? Now, option 1, you can say they have an expiry date of the certificate. That's one way to do revocation. This could take potentially a month or years, for example, to expire. If you take if your key is compromised and if your key is still valid, what will you do for the remainder of the time? That's a big problem. So option 2 is incorporate online validity checks, which is called OCSP. Here is an active attacker can block, but the problem with that is if you incorporate online validity, an active attacker can block the OCSP queries. Like a seat belt that works for great, but unless you are in an accident, Option 3 is use certificate revocation list. That's the preferred option today. And browsers regularly download a list of expired certificates. So this is the main thing. So you understand the revocation list problem? So maybe we'll have some questions in the next week tutorial understanding the revocation list. That's why I'm saying is that you need to actually go through. So is this problem clear for you? Revocation problem, huh? Okay, just understand revocation problem is needed when a key is compromised and key has to be changed. And just mentioning time will not be enough, because let's say if the certificate is valid for 1 year and within 1 month itself if there is compromise, then you still have a problem of maintaining it for next to 11 months. And the only way you do it is to get a new certificate and revoke the previous one. Revoke the previous, and the only way the revocation is done is through by maintaining a list of revoked certificates. So it's a very, very complex practical problem. So this is what all the 3 revocations will be discussed here. Now let's look at, so now issue of certificate agencies hierarchy. So we got, for example, there are 2 ideas here. Is that clear? So let's say this requires a little more, slowly let's get into this topic, okay? So you got so if everybody is under a same CA, problem is simple, because everybody got a same CA, and when the certificate comes, you can easily verify and check that both are valid, etc. You can do, that's clear. But problem is, there are so many people in the world, you can't just one person, one CA means is very hard to maintain. So you need a distribution of CAs functions to many users, okay? Here, for the CA hierarchy, so what you do in that case, you do, but you are a member of one CA, but you may receive certificate from another CA. How do you verify the other CA's one? So for that, you have something called a hierarchy of use. So for example, A is a one CA. So A, B, C are the users, okay? Now X is a CA. And under X, he has given certificates for A and C. Under Z, he has given certificates for B. Can you see the example there? Yeah. Just try to understand through the example. And then how the hierarchy is built up. Hierarchy is built up by using simple 2 tools. One is called a forward certificate. Other one is called a reverse certificate. Now forward certificates are the certificates of a particular CA generated by other CAs. Okay. Forward certificate is always certificates of one CA generated by other CA. Reverse certificates are certificates generated by a particular CA X, that are certificates of other CAs. So let us say today he happened to see one CA, tomorrow other CA. So once he knows that they are also valid, he signs them and keeps it. The reverse certificates are certificates created by CAs that are the certificates of other CAs. See the difference, forward and reverse?
So can we verify the CA by backtracking?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to come to. So, but let's try to understand. X and Z are 2 CAs. Under X, he can issue certificates like that. So you can see user A has a certificate issued by X. A means that certificate is issued by A. See, this is a certificate issued by the X is a CA. He issues certificate A. X is a CA issued certificate to C, correct? And similarly, B certificate issued by Z. Now, what has happened is because of over the time, X now maintains forward certificates. Basically, for example, this is the certificates of X generated by others, right? Generated by other CAs. X has got a certificate done by, I think, but X also certifies W. That's a reverse certificate, and X certified by Z is also a reverse certificate. Okay. And similarly, with respect to Z, Y certifies Z. It's a forward certificate. Z certifying Y is reverse certificate. So these things can get generated over time. Okay. And there could be a hierarchy of CAs available. So how do we, now A, B, I want to talk to B, and he will, how do you now conclude that B's certificate is valid? So you can see first he acquires X, this is the reverse certificate, X is a W, and W is a reverse certificate V, and now V has certified Y, and Y has certified Z, and Z has certified B. So if A user receives Z certified by B, but using this chain of authentication, so he can conclude that Z certificate is valid because his own user X has certified W, and W has certified V, and V has certified Y, and Y has certified Z. So with this transitive relationship, he can conclude that A now conclude that B's certificate is valid. So B acquires so there could be in the same way B also acquires certificate of A through this particular chain using transitive property of the certificate things. Is that clear? Let's do a workshop question next week to understand more about this. Yeah. So this is the this requires some thinking. You have to read the corresponding textbook, like what is forward, what is reverse. You have to first understand and say, given a scenario, you should be able to write a sequence of forward and reverse certificates so that a particular user can acquire authentic copy of the authentic certificate of another user. Okay. So this is the discussions are there in the textbook. You should probably read it. So public key infrastructure. So the textbook discusses the issues in detail, and for all the maintaining public key infrastructure, we have various features here within this, and you have to go through one by one issues. Okay. You can see that management, PKI management entities, then CRL publication, the certification registration authority, or all the workflows that can happen between these things is explained in detail here. And in a sense, public key infrastructure is basically an infrastructure that facilitates all these properties or tools. Basically, issuing a certificate, revoking a certificate, and making sure that you publish the revocation list. All that factors are important here. So methods in the modern methods, like how does applications validate how does applications validate updates? You would have seen, you would have also come across the update thing. So when an application downloads an update which comes with a signature by the trusted entity, if the verification passes, then the application updates the data. So whenever data applications come, it comes with a signature, and the signature matches, then you do it. So this validation is possible because app certificate is correctly stored in the mobile at the time of app installation. So for example, you have Android application signing, you can get more information about the process. So even in the mobile computing, there is an idea of all these certificate things are there. So in summary, how can a crypto help you to build a security mechanism? That's what out of that, to build that, you got public key crypto system, symmetric crypto system, hash functions and all. How do you build it? You have to manage its public keys and keys amongst the users. In symmetric key cryptography, it can provide a new private channel given a private channel in the past. So that's one way how you can do that, and can provide a large private channel given a small private channel. So first, if you have a small one key, you can get a large private channel. Can provide mutual private channels given private channels with a trusted party. So this is what we do. So when you have an Ethernet protocol, you already have a secure key with the trusted user. Using that to create other channels you can do. So that's the main idea. In asymmetric cryptography, can provide a private channel given a public channel with integrity. Then can provide a private channel given a trusted directory service. So we went through all these features in this lecture today. Okay. So thank you. So this is what we do. So this week I'm going to do so tomorrow I will introduce another encryption algorithm. At the moment we have only RSA called L-Gamer encryption, and that's pretty important. So you will see some interesting cryptography things happening with tomorrow's lecture. I advise you to come and learn. There will be some mathematical difficulties could be there for some people, so it's very important to do that. Then workshop 8, you will have workshop based on the lecture 7. Next week, which is in this lecture, there will be a guest lecture from another security expert from Sydney. He will be delivering it over Zoom. So I will send the Zoom invite as well. But I would ask you to please come to the lecture theater and watch his lecture, and it's also examinable. So you will have to, this actually comes up with some how cryptography used in financial things. So financial security. So obviously that will be interesting. You can come. It will be in 1 hour. And in the second hour, I've asked, many people are asking for mid-semester test. How many of you have gone to the MST review? MST review? Nobody has gone through. I think it is important that you go through your MST and go. So we'll have a MST review in the class, from 12 to 1 p.m. So people, as many people as you can tell your friends, come there and look at your paper and understand where you have gone wrong. And thereby, you can, and let's say some people are asking for, some remarking and other things, we can address then and there here itself. Okay, we already did one review. We'll do another one, test viewing session in the lecture theater itself. So after the second half, so I will not continue with additional material. Then we'll have only 1 hour in the next one. Okay, so there will be a guest lecture, and that also should help you. For example, with the guest lecture, when you are writing your own research report, how do you, on week 10 you have to give a presentation, and it will be a live presentation and go spread over all tutorials and lectures. So the whole week will be very busy for us. Yeah, and you have to actually do good job in writing your presentation. This presentation, your work need not be fully complete, but whatever that you have chosen, it should have all that information required. What is your objective of your this lecture, and all the information that is required for about 10 minutes presentation in your group. So, attending a guest lecture also will enhance you towards your preparing that. So that's it. All these things are scheduled with a specific purpose. So I would ask you to come to, I mean, after that we'll have 2 or 3 lectures which will involve based on all the things that we learned so far. So it is important that, and then assignment 2 will come. So while doing it, you have to review all your previous things, okay? And when the exam comes, it is not start preparing at that time. You should start preparing now itself so that your examination will become pretty easy. You can do it any time, yeah? Well, otherwise, learning all this matter on your own would involve additional things. After all, these lectures and workshops are there for you to kind of benefit from this, okay? So tomorrow I will act with the LGML encryption, and that'll be an interesting part. Yeah, please come. See you. Thank you.
This material is made available to you by or on behalf of copyright website.
Again, yesterday I took, most of you who are coming have not seen, looked at your own MST, right? How many of you have seen MST already? Gone to the test viewing session? No? Maybe you will get an opportunity to see that. And so there was also a kind of a error in a question, in the last question. People thought the second encryption exponent. Some people chose 7, and some people chose 11. 11 is the correct answer, because the idea was that after 2, e equal to 1 is a valid thing, but it's not going. It's actually a trivial exponent, and hence leaving that alone. Question was asking actually second one, but I think some people took e greater than or equal to 2 in the bracket, and potential confusion. So we have actually granted full mark to even those who chose 7 as well as 11. We will discuss that on tomorrow, and so hopefully at least those who are, the main idea was, whether you can detect such, you will be able to find out such things or not, in a smaller context, and hopefully at the end of a subject, at least e equal to 2 is not possible. People should realize that, like some of those aspects, okay? And so today, because since we are introducing a whole encryption algorithm, so maybe we'll try to keep it within the time limit. Let's see. So far we learned, most of our our all the key management and other stuff with generic encryption, which is any public key encryption. So but all our discussion was somehow specific to RSA. So that because RSA is something that we are learning, so that way people could relate to what they have learned to the actual thing. But in general, in any practical crypto system, you can come up with any public key. And in fact, you can see that with post-quantum attacks on, like quantum attacks on all these kind of things. So there is now a push to introduce post-quantum algorithms, and so the NIST has come up with already a standard. So in another short while, another 5-10 years, most of the transactions online will be changed over to the post-quantum algorithms. But RSA and other things probably will stay for some more time, but people will be working towards the changeover. So in some sense, it is important to learn one such crypto system, which is a LGML crypto system. This has 4 properties. So DH protocol to encryption. So how we used Diffie-Hellman protocol, how do you convert it to an encryption algorithm? That's what kind of I'm going to say. So for example, if you have asked a question, when L. Gemmell wrote this paper, how did he come up with this new idea? Till that time, researchers were not able to see. Like Diffie-Hellman protocol was there. So once the Diffie-Hellman protocol came, it became very famous because first time in the literature, people were able to, you were able to come up with a key agreement scheme based on only on the public parameters. You don't have to agree in anything in advance. This was a great revolution in terms of, kind of in public cryptography. But that is a key agreement protocol. That is, two users who have not met before online, they can, using only public parameters, are able to find out a common secret only known to them, okay, in the presence of potential adversaries who could actually eavesdrop or even make modifications. In such a scenario, so you got a new algorithm, that was a great thing, So in fact, Diffie-Hellman result became quite famous, and it was, everybody was thinking how he came up and etc. But that time also next RSA encryption came, and the first concrete encryption was done through the hard problem of factorization, based on the hard factorization. So, but there's a key agreement protocol. Now, why can't we come up with another encryption algorithm? That was a question, and it was there, and nobody could actually come up with it. And really, it took about almost, it appeared in information theory in 1985, which means around almost roughly around 10 years that this topic was wide open, right? And after seeing this one, you also see, if I were there, I could have also invented this. Such a nice, elegant algorithm. That's what it is, So let's look at let's do a recap now. So we look at the cyclic groups. Now, this is where the things that we have learned in the first 5 weeks will start making more sense, and we will start. So probably those of you who come You have already seen this particular animation that I put up. I've been using it for a long time. So this is a group of modulo 11. And generator for this group is multiplication modulo 11. And you start with a generator 2. And you can see that 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 6. 4 times 2 is 8. Okay. Okay, I mean 8 times 2 is, see 4 plus 2 is 6, 4 times 2 is 8, 8 times 2 is 16, but it is modulo 11 and hence the answer is 5, 5 times 2 is 10. Now 10, you can see that those of you already know how to simplification that you have done with some mathematical questions. 10 can be also viewed as minus 1. So you can see that you would have, in some sense, you would have gone through the half of the group. Then 10 times 2 is 20, modulo 11 is 9, 9 times 2 is 18, modulo 11 7, and then 3 and 6, and then 6 times 2 is 15. But you see, the discrete logarithm is a hard problem, but provided you choose a large prime. But in this idea too is just to kind of illustrate this idea. Here there is a group. So you can see that in the first column we have tabulated all powers of 2, and in the second column you actually get the g power I modulo n in the group. And if you ask for a discrete logarithm using this table, you can easily compute it. But remember, computing this table for a general prime p is hard. But to illustrate this, for example, if you were given a function, let's say number 3, what power of 2? It is 3. Then only way you can answer this question is, in this case, you have a table. So from there you can say, oh, it's probably 8, right? You get the answer. So, but this problem is hard. Now, how do I actually tell you that this problem is hard? Only when you try to solve this problem, you find the encounter, right? But there is no proof that this is a hard problem. In fact, complexity terms, we don't know really what class of problems that this belong to. But best minds available in the world have put on this problem, and they have not been able to come up with anything. But there are lots of progress they have made. They have made a lot of heuristics algorithm and to solve this discrete logarithm problem with whatever tools and techniques that they have, they can think using computers and everything. They all been invested now. Still, solving this problem for a general number. I mean, if I ask what's the discrete logarithm problem of 1, that 2 power 0 is 1, so answer is trivial. And there are some places, you can choose a subgroup or some values where where the answer could be easily done. But in general, worst case problem, like solving a random instances of a problem is still a hard problem. So everybody is clear about discrete logarithm problem, right? No problem things. But just to give you a bit more on it. So here, this is where the confusion starts coming. Even though I understand it, there are some things. Let me see whether you notice any confusion, anything with that. First, if I ask integers modulo n, Zn, then n is a participant under multiplication, and Zp is a specific case of when n becomes prime number. And some of these groups where you can do is residue polynomials over Zp. So, and are elliptic curves or Zp, these are some of the things. I haven't introduced polynomials yet, which probably I will do it over the, before you break or something. But polynomials you probably can understand. So at present, with all what we have learned now, P is a prime, Zp is the one source of a finite field. Wherever finite fields are there, you will get cyclic groups, because finite fields are closed under addition and multiplication, leave out 0, so then the order of field -1 will become the size of the group, and that cyclic group always exists, and I can always find a generator. I haven't told you how to do the generator yet, but there are ways to do that. I actually
Infrastructure as code tools such as Terraform allow you to manage infrastructure with configuration files rather than through a graphical user interface. Infrastructure as code allows you to build, change, and manage your infrastructure in a safe, consistent, and repeatable way by defining resource configurations that you can version, reuse, and share. Terraform is HashiCorp's infrastructure as code tool. It lets you define resources and infrastructure in human-readable, declarative configuration files, and manages your infrastructure's lifecycle. Using Terraform has several advantages over manually managing your infrastructure. Terraform can manage infrastructure on multiple cloud platforms. The human-readable configuration language helps you write infrastructure as code quickly. Terraform State allows you to track resource changes throughout your deployments. Remote backends, such as Terraform Cloud, allow your team to version control your configuration and collaborate on infrastructure. Terraform plugins called providers let Terraform interact with cloud platforms and other services via their application programming interfaces, or APIs. HashiCorp and the Terraform community have written over 1,000 providers to manage resources on AWS, Azure, GCP, Kubernetes, just to name a few. Find providers for many of the platforms and services you already use in the Terraform registry. Providers define individual units of infrastructure, for example, compute instances or private networks, as resources. You can combine resources from different providers into reusable Terraform configurations called modules, and manage them with a consistent language and workflow. Terraform's configuration language is declarative, meaning that it describes the desired end state of your infrastructure, in contrast to procedural programming languages that require step-by-step instructions to perform tasks. Terraform providers automatically calculate dependencies between resources to create or destroy them in the correct order. To deploy infrastructure with Terraform, first, define your scope. Identify the infrastructure to be used by your project. Second, author. Write the configuration for your infrastructure. Third, initialize. Install the plugins Terraform needs to manage your infrastructure. Fourth, plan. Preview the changes Terraform will make to match your configuration. And finally, apply to make the planned changes. Terraform keeps track of your real infrastructure in a state file, which acts as a source of truth for your environment. Terraform uses the state file to determine what changes to make to your infrastructure so that it will match your configuration. Terraform allows you to collaborate on your infrastructure with its remote state backend feature. When you use Terraform Cloud, you can securely share your state with your teammates, provide a stable environment for Terraform to run in, and prevent race conditions when multiple people make configuration changes at once. You can also connect Terraform Cloud to version control systems like GitHub, GitLab, and others, allowing it to automatically propose infrastructure changes when you commit configuration changes to VCS. This lets you manage changes to your infrastructure like changes to code with version control. Now that you are familiar with the core concepts of infrastructure as code with Terraform, you are ready to write your own infrastructure configuration. Continue to the next tutorial to install Terraform to your local machine and deploy a Docker container.
Okay. install Terraform. Do it on Windows, Linux, Windows. Nice that they link to a Stack Overflow article. I mean, to be fair, I might install on WSL. Ubuntu, Amazon Linux, interesting. Okay. Oh, right, okay. I need an administrator. Or just do it in PowerShell. We've got to go to WSL. If the system up to date and you have installed GNUPG, properties common and curl packages. You'll use these packages to verify HashiCorp's good private. Okay, it's not PGP, it's GPG. Install HashiCorp's Debian package repository. Oh, whoops. Not it. Verify the installation worked by opening a new terminal session and listing Terraform help. If you get an error, could not be found, the path environment variable was not set properly, please go back and ensure the path variable contains a directory where Terraform was installed. Ensure tab completion. So I think I'm using bash. Oh wait, no. bash. Was a mistake. I didn't mean to ls. Thought bash rc exists. Let's see what it looks like. Sure. So if I go, yep, Terraform that. A quick start tutorial. Now that you've installed Terraform, you can provision Nginx server in less than a minute using Docker on Mac. Follow the rest of this tutorial on your web browser. Open a Docker Windows. To run Docker on your Windows 10, you must use WSL. Docker desktop for Windows. Install Terraform and Docker on your local machine. Start Docker by searching Docker on your start menu. I guess create a directory named learn Terraform Docker container. So this is for AWS, right? Where in the world do we get up to AWS? Okay, GCP, HCP Terraform, Oracle Cloud, fundamentals with all of these, doesn't matter. AWS, so we just follow the tutorials. Quick start tutorial. Alright, well, let's just do this quick start then. Okay. The working directory houses the configuration files that you will write to describe infrastructure you want Terraform to create and manage. When you initialize and apply the configuration here, Terraform uses this directory to store required plugins, modules, information about the real infrastructure created.
杯子在这吗？我给你倒点 tea。
好。
tea 呢？
可以。
我没选，我那早上泡的 tea，我也喝一杯冰水。
Working directory, create the file called main.tf and paste the following Terraform config into it. Unfortunate that I can't look good. Like, come on. Right? How do I even do this well? You know? I can't even do that well. Okay. It's just like, I don't know what that is. Copy and paste. WSL to see if this is any better. And we go into ls, mvim, main tf, td, after that, v, shift v, p, okay, p works. Alright, why doesn't p do it here? Okay, like, it just doesn't. P. It does! Okay, well then, yeah. So, thing is, I really like that smaller text, to be honest. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay, so okay, so why is Docker version with provided Docker resources? Oh, 谢谢。
啊，没事，正好可以喝。
嗯，
应该差不多。
Interesting. Terraform init. Provision the nginx. Okay. HCL file. Is that related to HashiCorp? Maybe not. Terraform init already done. Terraform apply. So before I do that, so provision the nginx server container with apply. When Terraform asks you to confirm, type yes and press enter. You want to perform these actions. Do I? Okay. No. So Terraform used to select providers to create the following execution plan. Resource actions are indicated with the following symbols. Create. All of this is going to be created. Terraform will perform the following actions. In container, command known after apply. Okay, sure. These are all, I guess, parameters to nginx. Health check, labels, ports. Docker image will be created. Plan 2 to add. You're going to perform these actions. Interesting. If I see anything here. Yes, it's creating. Created. Images, volumes, the build. Okay. And now I'll go to localhost 8000. And we destroy all that. Build infrastructure for your own trust infrastructure. In this tutorial, you've chosen an EC2 instance on Amazon. Virtual machines run. One component of many infrastructure. AWS CLI. Install and update requirements. Install, update the AWS CLI. Command. Snap package. Really now? Okay, you must. Okay. You must be able to extract or unzip downloaded package. Operating system doesn't have the built-in unzip command. Use an equivalent. Uses glib-less. These are included by default. And on 64-bit versions of Ubuntu, doesn't maintain third-party repositories other than Snap. We can't guarantee contain the latest version of AWS CLI. Your first time updating on Amazon Linux. To install the latest version of AWS CLI, you must uninstall the pre-installed Yum version using don't have Yum. Okay, that's good. So we installed AWS CLI and an AWS account and associated credentials that allows you to create resources. To use IAM credentials to authenticate your Terraform AWS provider, set the AWS access key ID environment variable. If you don't have access to IAM user credentials, use another authentication method described in the AWS provider documentation. Store provision resources that qualify under the AWS free tier. If your account does not qualify for free tier resources, you're responsible for any charges that you incur. So Lambda, 1 million free requests per month. Yes, that's always good. We're looking for lambdas. Yeah, this is not bad. Okay. Bullets. Terraform AWS. Why? Okay, time to read this article. So this is quite familiar, Alice and Bob. Double checking, I'm not missing anything. Alright. So another user, Alice, wants to use that information to send encrypted data to Bob and also establish a shared secret key for future communication. Now, I would rather save this entire file or a PDF. Okay.哦，对，是没有了。Okay. Server. Okay, so best way to take notes for this. Um,
我再给你倒一点点温茶，我刚喝了一杯。
好，
第二遍冲的是同样的。
我都已经放了口中在那边。
啊，这个胡喝了。
对。Okay. So the assignment. We're gonna keep these open. Maybe leave this open. Perhaps. download x3dh and double ratchet. These files are going to be saved as they are, and they're going to be placed Can you close these tabs, man? And resources.
好，
谢谢。
没事。
你都不用给我，这是第3次不是吗？
这第2次查，第2次，
没秀。
第3次水，第1次是水、是吧？温水。
哦，
没事，你记得蛮清楚。是吧？啊，没事吧？
没事。
要自己休息脑子哦，不要用的太过猛啊。太多了，有的时候会太累。
对。
听点 live music。
对，是的。
这个
Research project, I suppose, is what I should call it. Yeah. Create new Excalibur. And in it we will have the X3DH. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, okay. Add X3DH as a PDF. I suspect it's better if I just keep them separate. So Control X.
6去 Preston Shopping， 你开个车我去。
你是得要买什么？Okay. Yeah. But why? Why?
I want to buy some avocado. Avocado will have some fat to my cholesterol.
What else? Is there anything else that you're
Maybe
thinking?
buy some fruit like apples, oranges. Are really cheap on Saturday, Mom said. The whole box of avocado only $5.
Yeah,
But here in Coles, each about $1.50 each.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Other box you can buy 20, 30.
yeah, 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 yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah. Okay, gotta try something.
你把那个 check 一下那个 mailbox 就
你要我搞？
mailbox 我说那个又到了，反正它会。
Okay. I was gonna say I should save. Save. Not saved. Okay, and we save. All saved. Okay. Close tabs. Close tabs. Close tabs. Things up. With this tab, particularly tabs. Okay. Let's get a task manager. Memory is kind of good. Can probably close Notion. Notion shouldn't even be running. No need, basically. Okay. We open and did this lecture. Read up on signal deployment. We'll do the second lecture, the quiz. Man, this is tough. What do I want to do? What do I want to do now? Like right now. I think it's best if I at least look at one of these implementations. Oof. Better than none. Yeah, it's better than none. Oh, but do I want to save brain power? No. We'll do one. We'll do one is better than none, and then we'll do another lecture. Give myself a break. And give myself a quick, maybe 5-minute. Go back. All right, let's go. I'm just gonna read it here. It's on. Maybe just gotta close it and open new tab. It's probably gotta also update my. Alright, let's quickly update it. We need plugins for updates. Update all. Okay. Case sensitivity of file names. The handling of file names is now case sensitive. This is a beneficial change for most platforms other than Linux and iOS, which do not manage file name case sensitivity effectively. On these, a warning will be displayed for the files with the same but different cases. Revision handling of the chunks. Chunks are immutable, which allows their revisions to be fixed. This change will enhance the performance of file saving. However, to enable either of these changes, both remote and local database needs to be rebuilt. This process takes a few minutes, and we recommend doing it when you have ample time. If you wish to maintain the previous behavior, you can skip this process by keep previous behavior. If you don't have enough time, please choose decide it later. You'll be prompted again later. If you have rebuilt the database on another device, please select decide it later. And try synchronizing again. Since a difference has been detected, you will be prompted again. And try synchronizing again. And try synchronizing again. Okay. Decide it later. Let's have a look here. We are going to commit all this. Going to update. Okay. An application using X3DH must Okay, X3DH preliminaries, and Application using X3DH must decide on several parameters. Okay, so X3DH, okay, so an application using X3DH must decide on several parameters. Curve, fashion, and info. Info, an ASCII string identifying the application. Okay, for example, an application could choose curve as X25519, hash as SHA-512, and info as my protocol. An application must additionally define an encoding function in code to encode an X25519 or X448 public key into a byte sequence. The recommended encoding consists of some single byte constant to represent the type of curve, followed by little endian encoding of the U coordinate as specified in 1. Elliptic curves for security. Nothing specifically about, okay. That's interesting. X3DH will use the following notation. The concatenation of byte sequence is X concat with Y. DH, public key or private key maybe? Oh, public keys, yeah. So it represents a byte sequence, which is the shared secret output from an elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman function involving the key pairs represented by public keys pk1 and pk2. The elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman will be either function from 1, depending on the curve parameter. Okay, that's kind of interesting, right? So the elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman function will be this or this, depending on the curve parameter. Now the curve parameter, yeah, it's just, okay. The elliptic curve, okay, so, all right, yeah, okay. No worries, and then sig is signature of the public key with a message. Represents a byte sequence that is XED DSA signature of the byte sequence M. The XED DSA byte sequence M and verifies with public key PK, and which was created by signing M with PK's corresponding private key. Signing and verification function for XEDDSA are specified in 2. The signing and verification functions. Okay, valid. So, KDF with KM represents 32 bytes of output from the HKDF algorithm. So I'm guessing that's a hash, perhaps. Okay. Okay, so HKDF input key material equals FKM. Where KM is an input byte sequence containing secret key material, and F is the byte sequence containing 32 bytes if curve is this, or 57 bytes if curve is this. F is used for cryptographic domain separation with XEDDSA. HKDF SALT, a zero-field byte sequence with length equal to hash output length. And HKDF info, the info parameter from section 2.1. Roles. So the X3DH protocol involves 3 parties, Alex, Bob, and a server. So yeah, X3, which extended triple Diffie-Hellman. Okay, so Alice wants to send Bob some initial data using encryption, and it also established said shared secret key, which may be used for bidirectional communication. Bob wants to allow parties like Alice to establish a shared key with him and send encrypted data. However, Bob might be offline when Alice attempts to do this. To enable this, Bob has a relationship with some server. The server can store messages from Alice to Bob, which Bob can later retrieve. The server also lets Bob publish some data with the server, which the server will provide to parties like Alice. The amount of trust placed in the server is discussed in section 4.7. In some systems, the server's role might be divided amongst multiple entities, but for simplicity, we assume a single server that provides the above functions for Alice and Bob. So that makes sense from that standpoint. Okay, but you said 4.7. Server trust. So a malicious server could cause communication between Alice and Bob to fail, e.g. by refusing to deliver messages. If Alice and Bob authenticate each other as in section 4.1, then the only additional attack available to the server is to refuse to hand out one-time pre-keys. Causing forward secrecy for SK depend on the signed pre-key lifetime. As analyzed in the previous section, this reduction in initial forward secrecy could also happen if one party maliciously drains another party's one-time pre-keys, so the server could attempt to prevent this. With rate limits on fetching pre-key bundles. Interesting. Okay, so roles, that's fair enough. And then keys. So X3DH uses the following elliptic curve public keys. So Alice's identity key, Alice's ephemeral key. Interesting. Ephemeral as in it's not going to exist for long. Bob's identity key. Bob's signed pre-key. Bob's one-time pre-key. All public keys have a corresponding private key, but to simplify description, we focus on the public keys. Yep. So all public keys have a corresponding private, but to simplify description, we focus on the public keys. So these are all public keys. So Alice's identity key, ephemeral key, identity key, one-time pre-key, and signed pre-key. Okay. So the public keys used with an X3DH protocol run must either all be in X25519 form, or they must all be in X448 form, depending on the curve parameter. Each party has a long-term identity public key, IKA for Alice or IKB for Bob, which is identity. Bob also has a signed pre-key, which he will change periodically, and a set of one-time pre-keys, PK, which are each used in a single X3DH protocol run. Okay, so this is the new information part. Bob has a signed pre-key, SPKB, which he will use to change periodically, and add a set of one-time pre-keys, OK, which are each used in a single X3DH protocol run. So pre-keys are also named because they are essentially protocol messages which Bob publishes to the server prior to Alice beginning the protocol run. Are so named because they are essentially protocol messages which Bob publishes to the server prior to Alice beginning the protocol run. During each protocol run, Alice generates a new ephemeral key pair with public key EK A. After a successful protocol run, Alice and Bob will share a 32-byte secret key SK. This key may be used with some post-X3DH secure communication protocol, subject to the security considerations in Section 4. Security considerations in Section 4. Okay. Authentication, protocol relay, replay and key reuse, deniability, and signatures. Except there is more. Server trust, identity hiding, yep. Okay, so the X3DH protocol runs like this. X3DH has 3 phrases. Bob publishes his identity key and pre-keys to a server. Alice fetches a pre-key bundle from the server and uses it to send an initial message to Bob. Bob receives and processes Alice's initial message. Following sections explain these phases. Alice's initial message. Okay. So. Publishing keys, sending initial message, and receiving initial message. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be important to understand. Bob publishes a set of elliptic curve public keys to the server containing identity key, signed pre-key, pre-key signature. Ooh. where it's IBK encoded with SPKB, signed pre-key, an identity key, a set of Bob's one-time pre-keys. Okay, so sure. Bob only needs to upload his identity key to the server once. However, Bob may upload new one-time pre-keys at other times, e.g. when the server informs Bob that the server's store of one-time pre-keys is getting low. Okay. Bob will also upload a new signed pre-key and pre-key signature at some interval, once a week or once a month. The new signed pre-key and pre-key signature will replace the previous values. After uploading a new signed pre-key, Bob may keep the private key corresponding to the previous signed key around for some period of time to handle messages using it that has been delayed in transit. Eventually, Bob should delete this private key for forward secrecy. One-time pre-key private keys will be deleted as Bob receives messages using them. Okay. So yeah, publishing those keys to the server. That's good. We turn on the lights. And okay, sending initial message. So to perform an X3DH key agreement with Bob, Alice contacts the server and fetches a pre-key bundle containing the following values, which is the exact same 4 values, except without Bob's one-time pre-key. And the server should provide one of Bob's one-time pre-keys if one exists, and then delete it. If all of Bob's one-time pre-keys on the server have been deleted, the bundle will not contain a one-time pre-key. Alice verifies the pre-key signature and aborts the protocol if verification fails. So to verify the pre-key... 好啊。
买了点新的这个面包。
好啊。
后面。
Good.
我看一下，刀削面，今天可以吧？
可以啊。
但是不能洗碗，吃。
明天也可以啊，明天也可以。对。我都开始饿了。现在6点也是了吧？好。Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Yep. 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 Okay. What am I to be thinking? Right. What do I think? Right. What am I thinking right now? I'm thinking of charging this. And we'll continue. Alice verifies the pre-key signature. Okay, so I'm probably going to remember this one before. So if Bob's one-time pre-key on the surface has been deleted, the bundle will not contain a one-time pre-key. Alice verifies the pre-key signature and aborts the protocol if verification fails. The verification fails, which makes sense. And Alice then generates an ephemeral key pair with public key EKA. All right. If the bundle does not contain a one-time pre-key, she calculates DH1, DH2, and DH3. Doi. Secret key, which is a KDF concatenation of each of these three Diffie-Hellmans, where each of these three Diffie-Hellmans, you have the identity key of Alice, the secret, so the signing public key, is it? The signing public key? Yeah, signed pre-key. Okay, signed pre-key of B. So, okay, so it's the what's I again? Oh my god, okay, identity, right? Identity key of Alice and the signed pre-key of Bob. The EKA, so encryption, oh no, is it? Yeah, encryption? No. Just public key. EK being, yeah, public key of Alice and identity key of Bob and public key of Alice and the signed pre-key of Bob. If the bundle does contain a one-time pre-key, the calculation is modified to include an additional EH. And that additional calculation is DH4 with a one key, where you add that. You concatenate all that. So the following diagram shows the Diffie-Hellman calculations between keys. And note that DH1 and DH2 provide mutual authentication. Okay, so it shows Diffie-Hellman calculations between keys. Note that DH1 and DH2 provide mutual authentication. So DH1, DH2, 3 and 4, optional, I'm guessing, yeah. So provide mutual authentication. Yeah. Well, DH3 and DH4 provide forward secrecy. So I guess that's the thing that you gotta understand is why, right? Well, yeah, after calculating secret key, no, signed key, after calculating signed key, maybe, well, KDF of the concatenations of each of these Diffie-Hellmans, Okay, so the other thing is, what does DH stand for here? We've got to be clear with what that means. It represents a byte sequence which is the shared secret output from the elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman function involving the key pairs represented by public keys pk1 and pk2. The elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman function will be either these two functions from, So, okay, remember that. That means, you know, each one of these Diffie-Hellmans are encrypting some public key equivalent, which makes sense, right? It has to all be public keys. You can't have secret keys doing anything dodgy, but okay. After calculating the secret key, Alice deletes her ephemeral private key and the Diffie-Hellman outputs. Sure. Alice then calculates an associated data byte sequence that contains identity information for both parties. Here's the thing, right? Could we perhaps write functions that separates these problems? Someone writes Alice, someone writes Bob, perhaps, you know? And things would be okay or not? No, not really. Someone has to write each of these three scenarios. But can they be done separately or together at once? That's the real. So Alice may optionally append additional information to AD, such as Alice and Bob's usernames, certificates, or other identifying information. Alice then sends Bob an initial message containing Alice's identity key IKA. Step back a little bit. So after calculating SK, Alice deletes her ephemeral private key and DH outputs. Alice then calculates an associated data byte sequence AD that contains identity information from both parties. Associated data. Alice may optionally append additional information to AD, such as Alice and Bob's usernames, certificates, or other identifying information. Alice then sends Bob an initial message containing Alice's identity key IKA. Okay, right, yeah. Sends an initial message to Bob with IKA, EKA, identifiers starting with Bob's pre-key Alice used, initial ciphertext encrypted with some AEAD encryption scheme, using an encryption key which is either S key or the output of some cryptographic PRF key by SK. Initial ciphertext is typically the first message in some post X3DH communication protocol. After sending this, Alice may continue using SK or keys derived from SK with the post for communication with Bob, subject to the secret key security considerations in section. So SK is like secret key. It's the secret key. It should be the secret key. SK is the secret key here, I believe. Cool. Valid. Okay, so I gotta reread this again, just so I'm on the same page. After calculating secret key, Alice deletes her ephemeral private key and the DH outputs. So is this the Diffie-Hellman elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman function? So Alice deletes her ephemeral private key and the elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman outputs. Function outputs. Alice then calculates an associated data byte sequence. Associated data that contains identity information for both parties. Alice may optionally append additional information to AD, such as Alice and Bob's usernames, certificates, or other identifying information. So that might be of interest. Alice then sends Bob an initial message containing Alice's identity key IKA, Alice's ephemeral key EKA, What does Bob send? Bob sends IKB. Identifies stating which of Bob's prekeys Alice used. An initial ciphertext encrypted with some AEAD encryption scheme, using associated data and using an encryption key which is either SK or the output from some cryptographic PRF key by SK. The initial ciphertext is typically the first message in some post-X3DH communication protocol. The initial ciphertext. Typically the first message in some post-X3DH communication protocol. In other words, the ciphertext typically has two roles, serving as the first message within some post-X3DH protocol, part of Alice's X3DH initial message. After sending this, Alice may continue using SK or keys derived from SK. So the ciphertext typically has two roles, serving as the first message using some post-X3DH protocol and as part of Alice's X3DH initial message. Okay, sure. And after sending this, Alice may continue using secret key or keys derived from secret key within the post-X3DH protocol for communication with Bob, subject to the security considerations in section 4. Receiving the initial message. Upon receiving Alice's initial message, Bob retrieves Alice's identity key, ephemeral key. Bob also loads his identity private key and the private keys corresponding to whichever signed pre-key and one-time pre-key, if any, Alice used. Using these keys, Bob repeats the DH and KDF calculations from previous sections to derive secret key, and then deletes the Diffie-Hellman values. Bob then constructs the 80-byte sequence using, as described in the previous section. Finally, Bob attempts to decrypt the initial ciphertext. The initial ciphertext falls to decrypt the protocol and deletes SK. The initial ciphertext decrypts successfully. The protocol is complete for Bob. Bob deletes any of the one-time key private keys that was used for forward secrecy. Bob may then continue using secret key or keys derived from secret key within the post X3DH protocol for communication with Alice, subject to security considerations of section 4. All right, perfect. I get it. Okay, so that's that. Now we have double ratchets, which I didn't put. Yeah. Okay. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, we're good. And I want to be able to check something. Check something real quick. Okay, so I read that. That was alright. That wasn't too bad. Pretty linear, pretty straightforward, I would say. Yeah. Okay. You're back.